Morning, everybody. This morning's evidence is going to be transmitted via the live link, but only after a 10-minute delay. Those with mobile devices may use them to report what they've heard in the hearing room, but only after 10 minutes have elapsed. Mobile devices may not be used for recording or photography.
I do solemnly,
I do solemnly,
sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
To begin by asking, what is your full name?
Graham Smith.
And in fact, Dr. Graham Smith.
That's right.
Dr. Smith, you made a witness statement dated the 21st of February this year, consisting of 44 pages and signed by you. Are the contents of your witness statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are, apart from one error in a year regarding torchlit processions. I think I may incorrectly refer to the last one as being in 1990, and in fact it was 1991. That's the only error that I'm aware of.
Thank you for correcting that. All of your statement is now in evidence. I'm not therefore going to recover everything that you have already set out, but I would this morning like to explore with you some of the main topics that you have addressed in that statement. I'd like to begin by the key personal experiences in your life that led you to be where you are sitting now. And I'd like to begin with something that's happened to you when you were living in Greater Manchester, when you were younger. And it's referred to in paragraph 8 of your statement. It's a particular incident that happened, and I wonder if you could just help us with describing briefly what happened in November 1983, please.
I would describe it as a life-changing experience. Out with a black gay friend one evening in Manchester. We were arrested, separated, and both of us were violently assaulted. I only know about the assault that took place against me. I was taken into a police cell. I was punched. I was kicked. I was told I was a queer bastard.
By who? By who?
By police officers in the cell. There were 2 police officers in the cell with me. I was thrown against a wall and I lost consciousness. I regained consciousness in a hospital bed, and there was a police officer beside me, and I screamed that he beat me up, and the medical staff insisted he leave the room. I was taken back to the police station. There was a friendly police officer in the car that tried to calm me, and I was left in a police cell overnight, and when I was released in the morning, I was told by the desk sergeant that I was so drunk that I fell down the stairs when I arrived at the station. I told him I was beaten up by your colleagues. I did not do anything other than walk the streets of Manchester after that incident. I didn't see a doctor. I didn't go to a solicitor. I spoke to a colleague at work who said, you must have done something to deserve it. So I didn't raise it with anybody after that. I think this was in November '83, and by March, it was St. Patrick's Day 1984, I moved to London and left my job.
Before moving to London, when you were attacked in the way that you described, this life-changing event, how old were you at that time?
I was 26.
And so you moved to London. Whereabouts?
Well, first of all, I lived just off Gray's Inn Road. I found a job quite quickly with the dial-a-ride service, transport service for people with disabilities. And I worked with the dial-a-ride service for the next 14 years, full-time and latterly part-time because of my commitments to HCDA. But at that time, I was probably drinking heavily, drinking much too much, and really was not engaged with events around me. I have no memories, for example, of music in these years. There's a big gap, if you like, in my life where I gave up everything in Manchester and moved to London for the first time.
Did there come a time when you spotted a particular poster? I'm going to ask if we can just please put it up on screen. So it's at your tab A2. Dr. Smith, it's your exhibit 1. It's UCPI 37775, please. If we can turn to the second page of that.
Yes, it was. There were many. Stoke Newington was covered with these posters. It was a very effective poster campaign.
Effective in this way in relation to you, because what did you do about a year later?
Well, no, this was the sequence of events was prior to these posters going up. A work colleague insisted that I complain against police officers who detained me in a police car after I'd helped a client of dial-a-ride to move house. Her landlord had phoned the police, and the police came and arrested me on suspicion of robbery. And I said that what I was doing, that I was helping I had helped the tenant of the property to move to sheltered accommodation the other side of London. She was a client of dial-a-ride. And they locked me in the back of the police car, pending their inquiries to confirm my story. And I think I was in the back of the police car for about 20 minutes, locked in. And it was quite an ordeal for me because I was reliving my experience in the police cell, that I was going to be beaten up. I had been beaten up, so it wasn't really beyond the realms of possibilities. I was detained for not having done any wrong, actually for being a good citizen. And it was the emotions that I went through were very strange, because I was also thinking, they can't hurt me. They've done it once, they can never hurt me again. And this shouldn't be happening. And a work colleague insisted I make a complaint. And I said, I don't want to complain. And he said, you've got to complain. And he drove me to the police station, Kentish Town Police Station. And I went in and said I wish to make a complaint. And I was left waiting for about 15 minutes. And I just got up and said, I've got to be somewhere else. Then he took me, the next day, he said, I'm going to come with you and sit with you in the police station to make sure you complain. You've got to do this. And he did that, and I made a complaint. Police officers after that came to my home as in regard to the complaint. I was they made me feel I was wasting their time, that the police officers were only doing their jobs, that this is a complaint, it should be informally resolved, and that's sorted. And that was it. I was told that the complaint had been dealt with and it was finished. I just wanted them out of my house, out of my home. And it was as a consequence of that complaint that I realised I had to address this fear of the police. But I also had this feeling that I could do something, because they could never hurt me like they'd hurt me before. So these posters at that time were up all around Stoke Newington, and I then I phoned up the number 985 6878, and I attended a meeting and started working with the Trevor Moniville campaign.
Could you give us an idea of the nature of that work and how often you would work with the campaign and who in the campaign you worked with, just so that we have an idea, please?
Well, at that meeting, and this, I can't remember the exact date that I joined the meeting, presented myself, but it would have been spring of 1987. It would have been maybe 2 to 4 months after the incident, which resulted in Trevor Moniville having brain surgery. I was quite shocked. I believe, my memory serves, there were 3 people at that meeting. One was Annette Moniville, now deceased. Another was Tony Hall, now deceased, and myself. Tony Hall brought his skills as a cartoonist and said that he wished to help. And I brought my experiences and that I wished to help. And I remember saying to Annette, I wish to leaflet every house in Stoke Newington about police behaviour of this type. I was very determined, not just to help the Moniville family, but also to address my own fears of the police and work on behalf of the community. Annette Moniville, at that moment, was running the campaign. I wouldn't say entirely on her own efforts. She was very much supported by her family, and John Moniville, as we then referred to John Burke Moniville, was present a lot, but he was running his shop. He had a business to maintain, and also I think he was having to deal with a family that had been totally devastated by what had happened. And it was Annette who had a bit of distance, and she had the time, she wasn't working, and she ran the campaign, and I assisted her very much in the background at first, and then slowly came a bit more to the fore as members of the family trusted me, and I was very much welcomed into the family. I'm to this day very close to the family.
And given your involvement with that campaign, can you just help us with going from that position where you are becoming more and more active to the creation of the Hackney Community Defence Association, the creation of the HCDA? How did that come about from you working closely with Annette Moniville?
Well, there were several factors. I guess I was a confident graduate, somebody whose life had been upended, and I do think, you know, people always thought of me as being a young 30-year-old, and I would joke, well, get beaten up by the police, you start your life again, and you're younger. And I then, other people, because of the work we were doing, would get in touch with the Trevor Moniville campaign, and I would ask them to get involved. And so there were more people working in the Trevor Moniville campaign. And alongside that, the Trevor Moniville campaign had an office. It was really the reception area of the family centre in Rectory Road, which was run by the Hackney Council for Racial Equality. And every week there would be 2 or 3 people would come in and say that they'd been assaulted by police. And we, you know, there was just nothing there for them. We advised them as to what they could do, would refer to them to solicitors. But it was quite apparent that something more was required. And then when Tunai Hassan died in the custody of Stoke Newington police officers, then based at Dalston Police Station, Tunai Hassan's family contacted the Trevor Moniville campaign, and we had meetings with them, and we helped them set up the Justice for Tunai campaign. Now, and whereas the Moniville family went to one solicitor and had to change solicitors to a specialist solicitor dealing with, who was experienced in dealing with complaints against the police, we referred the Hassan family directly to a solicitor, a specialist solicitor in inquest law, and also the organisation Inquest. And what we had was that team had expanded to include 2 campaigns. And then, and there were all these people we were aware of that were unrepresented and, you know, at a loss. And then in November, Gary Stretch was assaulted by 7 off-duty police officers working out of City Road Police Station. And it was a horrific attack. He was hospitalised, much publicity, local and national. And then discussion started about doing something more general in that circle. And we organised on the first anniversary of Trevor Moniville's brain surgery a torchlit procession from Hackney Police Station to Dalston Police Station to Stoke Newington Police Station. And it was advertised as a We Remember commemoration, remembering those that suffered and died in the custody of Hackney and Stoke Newington Police. Wreaths were laid at the 3 police stations, and there were 1,000 people on that torchlit procession. And it was also to draw attention to the forthcoming inquest into Tunai Hassan's death, which was, I think, in the February, started soon after the torchlit procession. Immediately, the success of that event and how the community came out to support those 2 families really confirmed to me that there was something broader required. And I wrote, I think in a period of a week after that, I think I wrote 4 discussion papers, which were first circulated among this expanded group, which would maybe be a dozen persons by this time, and then reached out beyond that to other people in the local authority, in the Institute for Race Relations, and lawyers that were working in the field. And I convened a meeting, I can't remember if it was March or April, and I think it may have been held at Liberty Hall, but I'm not sure. It may have been the Family Centre or Liberty Hall.
I'm going to ask if we could please put up paragraph 11 on page 5 of Dr. Smith's witness statements, please, because this is where you address the meeting that you have just referred to. So you were describing this meeting at the Rectory Road Family Centre, I think in March 1988.
Yeah.
And so what was discussed at this particular meeting in March 1988?
I put a proposal I'd prepared. I'd already devoted a lot of time to the subject. I was drawing on my own experiences, my personal experiences, the powerlessness and isolation that I experienced, the many years really that of suffering that I went through in that alone, and also the clear demand that there was in the community for a different type of service. And I saw it right from the outset as a service. It was, instead of providing goods like housing or social care or health or something like that, this was a different sort of service that was providing support to people that have been victimised by police.
Was it at this meeting that you met Mark Metcalfe?
It is. I believe it was the first event that he attended, meeting, and well, it may have been the first meeting he attended, but he'd only just moved from Birmingham.
You said the purpose was to provide a service, and yesterday we heard evidence from Mark Metcalfe. He said in his evidence that you did a fantastic job protecting the community in relation to your work and creating HCDA. But following this meeting, could you take us to the next meeting, 23rd of July, and what happened at that meeting and the creation of the HCDA itself, please?
Well, there was, it took longer than I expected. There were discussions, there were disagreements, and I think there were several meetings for discussing the setting up of this. I think it was planned for May, the conference to launch HCDA, but it didn't actually take place till towards the end of July. Those meetings were everybody was on board setting up HCDA, the name and what its primary purpose would be. But there were differences of opinion as to how focused it would be. And I was quite clear all along that it was about police wrongdoing. And I think it has to be a generic name like that. We referred to the police's behaviour as crimes, quite clearly. So, and those sort of things had to be discussed before the launch on the 23rd.
Can I just ask you about this particular concept that you've referred to just now, that police wrongdoing, and you've referred to this, being referred to as a crime as opposed to misconduct. I wonder if you could just say a few words about the importance of that distinction, please.
If I went out and assaulted somebody the same way that I was assaulted by police officers, I would be arrested, interviewed and charged with assault. Whereas with police officers, if they commit such crimes, they are dealt with as complaints. The language is very precise, particularly at that time. These were complaints against the police. They weren't criminal allegations made against police. I felt very strongly that I had been the victim of a crime of which nothing was done. And I think every man and woman that went through similar experience, says to me, felt exactly the same, that these police officers should be arrested and charged. They shouldn't have to make a complaint in order to bring those officers to justice. The police themselves should be bringing those officers to justice. That's the way the process works. The police should not be exempt from that process. And that's why we always referred to police crimes.
I'm going to ask if we could please turn up UCPI 3 and then 4 sevens. And on page 21, please, I'm going to ask. This is your Exhibit 3. Ask if we can, in fact, go back to page 17 first, I wonder. Thank you. So this is a pamphlet produced by the HCDA, and just following on from the answers you've just been giving, a crime is a crime is a crime. The title of that, does that encapsulate what you've just been describing?
Yes.
Okay. Could we please turn forward in this pamphlet to page 21. So in the introduction, I want to ask you about what is set out there, saying that Hackney Community Defence Association, HCDA, was formed at a conference in Hackney Town Hall on July the 23rd, 1988. And then this, it is a voluntary self-help organisation which consists of people who have been subjected to police malpractice. The principal objective of HCDA is to campaign against such police malpractice in the London Borough of Hackney. A major part of HCDA's work consists of taking up individual cases and assisting lawyers in a paralegal capacity. And reading that again after all these years, does that still encapsulate the purpose, the intent of HCDA?
Well, I've just contradicted myself in terms of saying that we always referred to police crime, but I think this report was written, presented to two members of the Royal Commission on Criminal Justice, and I think I was probably being a bit more cautious in my language in referring to police malpractice. But yes, I think this was written in November 1991 when the members of the Commission came to meet victims of police crimes in Hackney at the Stoke Newington Family Centre. And it does capture, and it was something throughout HCDA's existence. That's what it did. It campaigned against police injustice and for police accountability. Throughout its existence, and there were differences within the group, but the group itself only supported people that had been victimised by police. It did take up cases of racial violence and harassment, calling on the police to support the families suffering.
Now, as you are aware, the inquiry is examining the justification of undercover police reporting, the accuracy of that reporting. And so it's important to understand the sort of things that HCAD were doing. And you've referred to the Royal Commission, but if we just refer to that second paragraph, the Royal Commission on Criminal Justice was set up following the release of the Birmingham Six from prison on March the 14th, 1991. On November the 4th, 1991, HCDA picketed the offices of the Royal Commission, calling on its members to attend a meeting of HCDA and meet people who have suffered police injustice. Now, just in relation to that description of trying to catch the attention of this Royal Commission and picketing their offices, could you describe to us that picketing? Is there any suggestion of disorder or violence? Could you paint a picture of that for us, please?
Well, I think there were probably about 8 of us who gave out leaflets outside of the offices of the Royal Commission. And that's, I think we referred to pickets as any attendance at premises which we wanted to draw attention to. And I think it's also it's the fact that we weren't seeking publicity in doing this. We were seeking to get the attention of the Royal Commission. And the thing is that the Royal Commission really there was dealing with miscarriages of justice as a subject, whereas these miscarriages of justice had come about because the police had either fabricated evidence or had not done their job in actually investigating crime and bringing offenders before the courts. So really, police wrongdoing was at the basis, that was the foundation of these miscarriages. And our intention was to draw the attention of the Royal Commission to police wrongdoing and that many cases of police wrongdoing were never became miscarriages of justice because they, the victims would be successful in court or they would be convicted and nothing more. They were just criminals. They'd been criminalised. So there were these many, if you think of miscarriages of justice as the peak, the top of the triangle, beneath that is all based on the everyday miscarriages of justice that occur at a very low level, which has become, which we always would say, have become acceptable levels of police wrongdoing in the public. Nobody was seriously hurt. Nobody spent long periods of time in prison, and therefore they didn't register in the public's imagination, if you like. Whereas for the victims, for example, me, it was traumatic. My life was changed. And that was the case for everybody. They wouldn't be registered. And many of these people, and I think it's still the case today, would do nothing about it. They would blame themselves, as I did. My mother always told me to stay away from the police. Why didn't I stay? Why did I allow myself to be arrested? This guilt that people go through when they have an encounter to the police, although they themselves are victims. We try to explain it and understand it. So I think that's what we were trying to do. And we were successful because 2 members of the Royal Commission came to that meeting and met a dozen members of HCDA that had themselves been victimised by police. And it was an extremely powerful meeting.
And this is, if we go to the next paragraph in this document, so as a result of that, what you described as the picket, you have 2 members of the Royal Commission, Mrs. Newbold and Professor Michael Zander, attending the meeting. And so again, in terms of, we will examine in due course the reporting on you and the HCDA. This is an example of a meeting where 2 members of a Royal Commission are attending to discuss the topics that you want to discuss with them.
Yes.
I want to just touch on one other aspect of this pamphlet, and it's just to give us, again, an idea of the work of the
Can I just say something about that meeting? Because it had been very carefully planned. Because the people there had been traumatised by what had happened to them. And as I say, there were 12 people whose cases were presented. But what happens in these incidents, and I think you probably witnessed it with me talking about, we relive these experiences every time we talk about them. And none of those people could not break down when talking about their experiences. So we paired them so that one would talk about the others, so they wouldn't break down. So there was that distance between them. And it was a very emotional meeting, very powerful meeting. And after the meeting, Professor Zander spoke to me, took me aside and asked if he could share that report, this report, with the Commissioner, Sir Peter Imbert, who was a friend of his. And I said, of course you can. And I went round to his house after that, and I know for that reason that report was shared at the highest level of the Metropolitan Police.
I'm going to ask if we can turn in that document to page 30, please. And I wonder if we can just go down the page. So it's paragraph, you can see Roman 13, political police. One of the things you've just said was that no one did not break down when describing events similar to the events that happened to you. And so what you have set out here in this document are statistics. But in relation to these statistics, these represent people who have suffered, as you've just indicated, yes?
Yes.
Now, just to give an idea of the work at that time, we can see that out of the 130 cases taken up by the HCDA at that time, and so this is between July the 23rd, 1988, when it was first set up. Out of those 130 cases, 67, so just over 51%, involved black people. Out of the 57 cases of police violence taken up, 33, so 57.9% involved black people. You then set out of 130 cases taken up, 60, so 46% involved people engaged in making political protest. And then you state this in the document: black people and people involved in political protests are more likely to suffer police injustice in Hackney. HCDA believe that individual police officers and the police as an institution discriminate against members of the public along the lines of race and their willingness to engage in political protests. In this regard, police officers act as agents of political control as well as officers of law enforcement. So that was contained in the document that you have indicated was circulated, as you understand it, at a high level. I'd like to move on, if I may, to the...
Do you want me to comment on that? Sorry.
Yes.
I think this was accepted. Subsequent to that, I think the Patten Commission on Policing in Northern Ireland was quite a watershed moment for policing across the UK, where it was acknowledged that police should not act as agents of political control, and that the police's job was to enforce the law. And I think the reforms that we've had in policing since 1999, although I would dispute whether they no longer act as agents of control, I think it's certainly not seen. I think there's been a whole discourse on democratic policing that has developed across the world since the millennium, and that it's very much seen that the police's job is to enforce the law, nothing more, nothing less.
And to be clear on that topic, and it's of course a subject that you have studied and lectured about for many, many years, How would you define the function of the police?
Well, normatively, it's to enforce the law. But in effect, it's much more than that. It is also a form of social control. And I think it is for communities in holding police to account to ensure that the police are restricted to law enforcement. Unfortunately, in that broader, I think if we look at police reform, certainly since 1997, because there has been have been programs of police reform since 1997, and I think at the forefront of that was the Macpherson Inquiry Report, which triggered that first reform movement. And there was reform of the police complaints process and the introduction of an independent body, the Independent Police Complaints Commission, which was set up in 2004 and then was replaced. The reform of the police complaint system has been spectacularly unsuccessful. That they seem to have a short, independent police complaints bodies seem to have a short shelf life, and there are still problems with the investigation of allegations against police officers. In regard to democratic accountability, well, we've had the police and crime commissioners, and they've been abandoned now because they're expensive and ineffective, just as the old police authorities were. And I think police accountability, both the accountability of individual officers and the democratic accountability of police institutions are particularly difficult nuts to crack. And I suspect really these are the dilemmas of modern executive government.
You have described your own journey at that time and what you were doing, also in relation to your work with the HCDA, what the HCDA were doing at that time. So with that context, I'd like to move on to the undercover reporting on you and the HCDA. I wonder if we could begin by turning to Dr. Smith's statement, page 22. It's paragraph 48, please. I wonder if we could just bring that up on screen. Because here you state that UCO reporting on the HCDA commenced 1 month after its formation. And then this, in 10 years, between August 1988 and October 1998, 7 UCOs are credited with 44 reports naming HCDA or myself. And then you go on to comment about the accuracy of the reports, and we'll look at some of the individual reports. But first, just identifying those 7 UCOs that you referred to there, I'm just going to list them. And as I do so, I'm going to ask whether you have any recollection of any of those officers. So the first is HN10 Bob Lambert. Is that someone, undercover name at the time, Bob Robinson? Is that someone that you have any recollection yourself of?
I do not.
HN5 John Dines, undercover name John Barker.
I do not.
HN25, who used cover name Kevin Douglas.
I do not.
HN122, cover name Neil Richardson.
I do not.
HN43 Peter Francis.
I do not.
HN78 Trevor Morris.
I do not.
HN15 Mark Jenner. I think your answer is different.
I do.
I'm going to ask you about Mark Jenner in due course, but I wonder if we could just begin by looking at some of the reports from some of these other officers. I'm going to ask, please, if we can put up on screen, so it's at your tab B1, it's MPS 0745 922, please. So this is tab B1 in the Colin Roach Centre bundle. We have it on screen there. I wonder if we could turn to the second page, please. We can see the date of this report, 23rd of August 1988. And I wonder if we could just expand. Thank you. So we can see paragraph 2. Stoke Newington anarchist Norman Blair has recently been involved with comrades in setting up a new front organisation called Hackney Community Defence Association. Could you just comment on the accuracy of that?
Well, it's laughable, the suggestion that HCDA was an anarchist front organisation. But I would like to add that I believe this was in keeping with the Metropolitan Police's orientation towards police accountability campaigns. This inquiry has received evidence of a special branch report in 1983, which was entitled something to the effect, Police Accountability Campaigns and Political Extremism.
Dr. Smith, we can see what is set out here. The Hackney Community Defence Association, HCDA, have arranged coach transport for local activists to travel to the Blair Peach Memorial demonstration in Southall on the 23rd of April 1989. It is known that at least 60 persons will travel with HCDA, including several Hackney-based anarchists. The total London anarchist turnout is unlikely to exceed 50 individuals, with an additional similar number of unaffiliated persons from the punk and squatter communities. Anarchists from outside London are not expected to attend in any significant number. I'm going to ask a similar question in terms of the accuracy of the reporting that is set out here in John Dines' report, please.
Well, it's similar to the two Lambert reports, and it's using the anarchist label to malign police accountability campaigns, justice campaigns. I and others in HCDA worked very closely with what was then the Southall Monitoring Group in organising the 10th anniversary march. A member of HCDA did an excellent poster that advertised the event. And it was something, obviously, was close to home. Blair Peach had been a teacher in Hackney, and at that time I was trying to contact Celia Stubbs to talk to her, and we did establish contact around that time, and she became a key member of HCDA and a very, very close friend since that date.
Now, something else significant about this report is that paragraph 5, we can see special branch reference, Hackney Community Defence Association, and there is a registry file reference number set out there, 400-88163. And so this is the first report on HCDA where there's an RF number there.
Yes, and I understand from evidence that's been submitted to the inquiry to date is that registry file is opened after 5 or 6 references to a group or individual. So I think this is the third that's been disclosed, so there may be 2 or 3 that haven't been disclosed before this registry file was opened, but it was certainly, HCDA was formed in 1988. And a major concern of mine throughout this reporting, the disclosed reports, is that there seem to be many missing on HCDA. And myself.
In terms of the registry number, we will look at these numbers on some of the other reports, because it's right, isn't it, that a number of different registry file numbers are applied to HCDA, but also to yourself, we'll see in due course.
Yes.
All right. Could we please move to HN25 Kevin Douglas's reporting? It is, sir, at your tab BB3, it is MPS 0746969, please. I wonder if you could turn to page 2 of this document. And it's the second paragraph. So the East London branch of the Troops Out movement, TOM, remains one of the strongest in London. It has approximately 10 to 12 active members and a great many contacts. It has strong links with the local Turkish and Kurdish communities in the Hawkevi Centre in Stoke Newington, as well as the Hackney Community Defence Campaign, HCDC, well, it says DCDA, via privacy, who belongs to both organisations. It is extremely successful in selling the paper with over 80 purchased a month. The East London branch is based heavily in the borough of Hackney and has strong links with the East London Irish Year of Action Committee. So this reference to the East London branch of the Troops Out movement, Tom, having strong links with the HCDA via an individual who belongs to both organisations. Again, in terms of the accuracy of that, is that a fair reflection? Is that inaccurate? How would you characterise the accuracy of this?
Well, I read this report as saying it's through that one person that there is a relationship or there is a strong link, which to my mind it doesn't create strong links. It just says that one person is a member of both. So I wouldn't dispute that that the one person was a member of both.
So one person was a member of both, but that's not the same as saying that the HCDA itself as an organisation has a connection with Tom.
No formal connection whatsoever. But HCDA had no, as far as I'm aware, as far as I can remember, we'd never affiliated, and we had Mark Metcalfe and a very strong trade union methodology of affiliations and votes on affiliations. HCDA never did this. HCDA was so exclusively focused on the activities of Newington police, Hackney and Stoke Newington police officers that had victimised members of the community. We didn't have any time for anything else. We were a small voluntary organisation, and our work was more than taken up with dealing with the people, 2 or 3 a week that were approaching us for help. And we did nothing else, and it was known that we did nothing else. And that's what our reputation was based on, the fact that we didn't filter. If somebody came to us with an allegation, they were listened to, they were believed, which it was important to do because of the trauma that they were going through, and then we investigated and we supported them. That's the only work that HCDA ever did, although it did lead to other work around police accountability, but it was exclusively about police accountability.
When you say that it was exclusively about police accountability, that everyone knew what the HCDA did, if someone were to say that there was scope for understandable confusion, that these undercover officers mistook what you were doing for something else, is there any justification for making that mistake?
I'm not sure what we were doing could be mistaken for anything but what we were doing, because it was just so focused. And it was evidence-based. We didn't, it wasn't ideologically driven in any way. It was a response to what had happened, what the actions of police officers to members of the community.
I'd like to move to another officer, HN122, Neil Richardson, is the undercover name. So it's at your tab B2 in the Colin Roach Centre bundle. It's UCPI 30180, please. So this report, dated the 18th of August 1992, the following information has been received from a secret and reliable source, and this is the intelligence that is set out in the report. The Hackney Community Defence Association, HCDA, has obtained a radio scanner to monitor police communications in the Hackney area. The HCDA is particularly interested in monitoring the activities of a Hackney police unit headed by a sergeant, which it believes is specifically targeting anarchists in the area. Okay? What is your reaction to reading an undercover police report describing the HCDA as obtaining a radio scanner to monitor the police?
I don't know anybody in HCDA who was in possession of a radio scanner.
You agree, wouldn't you, that this conjures up an image?
Yes.
Of
It's the same mode as previous reports, the link with anarchism.
If we look at the bottom of that report, Special Branch references Hackney Community Defence Association, and there is a second RF number. So that previously the number we were looking at was 488,163. This one is 492, which is the year of the report, 34. So a second registry file number, but for the same organisation. Could we please take that document down? I'd like to move to...
Can I
Yes.
just comment on that? Because HN122, Neil Richardson, I don't know the man, never met him, but he submitted several reports, and those reports referred to Mark Metcalfe as a member of HCDA, or equated Mark Metcalfe with HCDA. And Mark Metcalfe was never a member of HCDA. I think I said in my witness statement that I can't recall him attending HCDA meetings, business meetings. I think I may be corrected on that. He did attend some HCDA meetings. I don't think he attended any. Well, he himself was arrested on one occasion, and he did attend the meetings because of that arrest. But what we had was an extension, really, of HCDA then to include other activities which HCDA was never involved in. Anti-fascist activities. HCDA never involved itself in anti-fascist activities. And again, I go back to the discussions we had in setting up HCDA. Hackney Anti-Fascist Action had been involved in setting up HCDA, and certainly that would have been part of those discussions as well, as whether HCDA was an anti-fascist organisation. It never was. It never involved itself in anti-fascist activity, other than if we were asked to monitor, monitor protests by anti-fascist organisations. And that was an aspect of HCDA's work that was developed, which was monitoring of policing of protest. And we had a very clear operational method for monitoring policing of protests, which I think was adopted by the Metropolitan Police itself, I learned much later.
I'm going to come on to some of the reporting that does refer to anti-fascist actions and also naming HCDA. Could we turn, though, next to one of Peter Francis's intelligence reports? Sir, in the CRC bundle, it's at your tab B12. It's UCPI 34488, please. So, on this topic, so we can see the date, 30th of April 1994, and the organisation referred to London Anti-Fascist Coalition. The organiser referred to as Mark Metcalfe, number of present 80. And if we review this, it says that this demonstration against the British National Party, BNP, which was prompted by surveillance, which indicated that BNP activists gathered at the venue. It is notable because it is the first organised by the new London Anti-Fascist Coalition. This group is a revived version of the unsuccessful Unity Group, which Metcalfe started during 92-93. And then this, groups represented in the LAFC included. And if we go down the list, we can see Hackney Community Defence Association is referred to there. Could you again just help us with this? So reference to London Anti-Fascist Coalition and HCDA being referred to as one of the groups represented in that. In terms of accuracy, could you assist, please?
It's news to me. I think this Mark Metcalfe was understood to be, or I don't know if HCDA was used as a general label and equated with anarchism, because Mark Metcalfe was also defined as an anarchist, and I think a less anarchist type individual you could never find. Very, very rooted in socialism and Labour politics.
Just staying with Peter Francis, I wonder if we could turn, so it's your tab B15 in the CRC bundle. It's MPS 0745877, please. So we can see HN43 mentioned at the top of the report here, but could we move to page 2, so the body of the report itself? So the date 15th of September 1994, it's one of these event pro formas at St George's Hall, Cable Street in Shadwell, organisation referred to as Militant Labour, picket of election count. And in terms of other organisations referred to, you can see again HCDA is mentioned. In relation to the report itself, it refers to numbers attending some 150 to 200 at this picket of an election count. And you can see that under the numbers attended, it's broken down by the UCO. And can you see that it says 20 from NMP, HCDA, HAFC? So again, in terms of the accuracy of this, here is an undercover police report about a picket of an election count by Militant Labour that's up to 200 people attending, and reference to 20 of those from NMP, HCDA, HAFC. Could you help us again with the accuracy of this? How correct would you describe that?
Well, I can't really understand it. I think, again, you say this is HN43 as well.
Well, if we turn back to page 1 of this report...
This is page 1, yeah?
If we're in, so on the top of the document, so we have subject is of public order, police interest. If a copy is sent to box 500, it must be sent undercover to, redacted then, quoting HN43.
As an aside, I think it's interesting that HN43 here uses the original HCDA registry file number. Sorry, here he uses the 88 number in one of his reports and the 92 number in one of his other reports, and I don't understand that, and I don't know if the inquiry can help me with these different numbers and how they're used. But certainly it's something that I would like to understand, I think, more. Because I also note that most HCDA reports go to Box 500, go to MI5, the security service, and which suggests that there is an interest by the security service in the activities of HCDA. But again, I think I can only imagine that this has to do with anti-fascist activity conducted quite legitimately and properly by Mark Metcalfe and others. I think this is after the Colin Roach Centre has been opened.
How do you feel about reports such as this mentioning HCDA being passed to the security service? Reading this, what's your reaction to that, please?
I think it's very disturbing, and there should be answers as to why the security service was spying on an organisation whose sole purpose was to represent the interests of people that have been victimised by police. I think it undermines democracy, and it is damaging to the credibility, the legitimacy of both that service and the Metropolitan Police.
To avoid red herrings, can I say that the security service at about this time did say they were not interested in police monitoring campaigns?
With respect, sir, that it was also has been also said in evidence that by officers that contrary to the evidence that they were not monitoring police accountability campaigns in the Metropolitan Police Service and the SDS. And
forgive me, that's a separate topic, which is one of the ones I'm investigating. But I simply wanted to try and avoid what looks to me at the moment to be a red herring, because at this stage, the security service, there is evidence that the security service did say they were not interested in police monitoring campaigns. Whether they had been before, different matter, but by this stage, they weren't. Now, I accept, and one of the things I'm looking into is why there was undercover officer reporting on police monitoring campaigns. It's an important question, which I'm going to attempt to try and answer.
okay, thank you.
Dr. Smith, I'd like to move on to Trevor Morris, and in doing so, I wonder if we can put up on screen, so it's at your tab BB4, it is MPS 0726965. So this is, I wonder if we can turn to the last page of this document first. I wonder if we can just go back a page. So you can see that this is signed off by HN86. And if we go back to the second page, this is Trevor Morris's targeting strategy. And if we look at the second paragraph, which I want to ask you about, says that the fringe community in Hackney and Stoke Newington regularly becomes involved in issues which have an effect on the maintenance of public order, particularly involving squatting, anti-poll tax and anti-police matters. Whilst most of the latter are now past issues, DS Morris will, for the immediate future, be employed in monitoring the activities of local groups, e.g. the Hackney Community Defence Association and the Hackney Solidarity Group. It is not envisaged, however, that he will commit himself to membership of any such organisation, but rather move from one to the other in order to assess their level of activity and potential involvement in future issues. What was your reaction upon reading that this undercover officer, Trevor Morris's targeting strategy involved the monitoring the activities of the HCDA?
Well, my first response was that he had infiltrated HCDA, which there was no evidence, we have no evidence of, because we had not been able to, nobody was able to identify this person. Nobody knew any of the names that he went by, and so it just didn't happen. But then, on more careful reading, I saw that really in the same way that subsequent to this, that Mark Jenner in his tasking strategy, it says that HCDA is not seen as worthy of particular interest. It's more of a vehicle for an undercover officer to establish a reputation. I see exactly the same there. And I think this is, there's a twofold problem with this. Firstly, the Metropolitan Police at no stage had any lawful reason for infiltrating or obtaining access to HCDA documents involving litigation which the Metropolitan Police Commissioner himself was a party to, was defending civil actions brought by members of the public through HCDA arising from the actions of officers under his direction and control. So that was my first point, the problem with this. The second, really, in itself, it undermines the legitimacy of that undercover officer activity, that the surveillance, the reporting on that group is not necessary and is not proportionate to the aims of the Metropolitan Police in preventing crime and disorder. Now, I know this is prior to Human Rights Act, but nevertheless, what we have, this is the 1990s. We've got developing case law at the European Court of Human Rights on the right to privacy, and the Malone case, and interception of communications, that it's already known that of the unlawfulness of such surveillance.
Before taking our mid-morning break, I'd like to ask you just about one further report submitted by HN78. So it's your tab B1. It is UCPI 33068. So this is an event pro forma. The date of it is the 11th of November 1993. And it describes how, in relation to a meeting, the meeting entitled "On the Border of a Police State" focused on the subject of police accountability. The main speaker was Michael Mansfield QC, and other speakers included Frank Critchlow, Mark Metcalf, and then this, Graham Snew. Now, this is the first mention of your name in intelligence reports that you have seen. Is that right?
That's, I think, disclosed reports. I think we have to, that's the caveat really. It's the reports that have been disclosed. It's the first report that I've seen where there's a reference to me, and an incomplete reference to me.
And so this reference, Graham, surname unknown, that's a reference to you.
Yes.
And we can see at the right at the bottom of the report, under your name, Graham Snew. There's no RF number at this stage. It says mentions.
Yes.
All right. So Graham Snew of the HCDA and a representative of the PKK. The main thrust of the speeches was that the working class should challenge police powers through defence committees like the HCDA. And the report goes on, but it's, as it's stated in the report itself, focused on the subject of police accountability, which is a matter that you have just addressed. Again, just this last question before we take our mid-morning break. What was your reaction seeing your name, when you first saw your name printed on an SDS undercover officer intelligence reports? By
the time I read this, I knew that a registry file was opened on me in 1990. I knew this because of evidence submitted, disclosed to Celia Stubbs, and I had worked, the inquiry had given me access to the intranet, and I helped Celia Stubbs and her legal team prepare her evidence. So, and I think the first report that I saw on Celia Stubbs was also the first report which named me fully, and which was in 2nd of May 1995, I believe. It was a Mark Jenner report about Celia Stubbs, primarily Celia Stubbs, and my relationship with her. So I was shocked that there weren't reports on me before 1995, and I identified this straight away as a report that referred to me, but was incomplete. And as I say in my opening statement, what other reports are there that haven't been disclosed? And I would hold that these are a particular type of report that are of embarrassment to the Metropolitan Police, because they are reports that are only concerned with police accountability, and that the Metropolitan Police had been expressly told by the Home Office in 1983 not to target or report on police accountability campaigns as a consequence of dissemination of the Special Branch 1983 report that I've mentioned that conflated police accountability campaigns with political extremism. And I'm concerned here, and when I read this report, my immediate concern was, where are the other reports on HCDA? And I suspect that it would be very easy to, if there are HCDA files, it would be very easy for them to go missing, and they would be of strategic importance to the Metropolitan Police in what has become what I would describe as a damage limitation exercise following revelations of undercover police officers.
Dr. Smith, thank you for that answer. So I don't know whether that is a convenient moment to break.
Certainly. We've reached the time when the transcribers need a break in any event. Would you like the usual 15 minutes? Yes. We'll break for 15 minutes.
Dr. Smith, I would like to ask you now about Mark Jenner. In doing so, I wonder if we can bring up on screen Mark Jenner's statement. It's UCPI 35283. I wonder if we could bring up page 41 of that statement. As you can see there, Dr. Smith, at the bottom of the page, under the heading Reporting on the Colin Roach Centre, aka HCDA Resistance, just pausing there, what comment would you make in relation to Mr. Jenner's statement to this inquiry, in relation to that heading, putting in brackets aka HCDA after reference to the Colin Roach Centre?
I'd call it disingenuous.
Why?
In the tasking document, there is no mention of Colin Roach Centre. There's only mention of Hackney Community Defence Association, HCDA. And there is mention of Mark Metcalfe as a member of HCDA. There's also mention of class war and a person associated or alleging association with class war. I say it's disingenuous because that targeting strategy is quite clearly targeted against HCDA, and it is quite clearly targeted against policing activities, and there's a form of words used to describe that policing activity, including unlawful arrests. And it's in the way the use of words implies knowledge of what type of work HCDA was doing and that it was involved in police litigation. So I say it's disingenuous because what Mark Jenner goes on to explain is that he can't understand why that document's written the way it is. Because he was tasked solely with getting as close as possible to Mark Metcalfe.
Well, let's turn to that targeting strategy before I ask you about the meeting, because you have mentioned it.
Yes.
I wonder, so it is tab B16 in Colin Roach Centre bundle. It's MPS 0735326, please. So you can see Mark Jenner's targeting strategy and in relation to what you have just been referring to. I wonder if we could turn to the second page, please, because as you have referred to, paragraph 2.3, and this is under the heading Nature of the Target. Within the London Borough of Hackney, DC Jenner's intended target base, a diverse collection of anarchists, operate across a range of political activities. Leading figures such as Norman Blair, London Class War, and Mark Metcalfe, Hackney Community Defence Association, HCDA, are often involved in coordination of opposition to Hackney Council, housing, environment and education policy, government policy, Criminal Justice Act, immigration matters, etc., local racist activity, campaigns by British National Party, BNP, etc., and local police. And then this, allegations of harassment, racism, wrongful arrest, etc. Depending on circumstances, such opposition may be vocal or violent. And so is this what you were referring to a moment ago about reference in the targeting strategy, for example, to wrongful arrest?
Yes, I think it is quite clear the form of words there used to describe the local police activities that the Metropolitan Police, SDS, were very much aware of what HCDA was and what HCDA did. Wrongful arrest is, I would say, has legal connotations in that as well.
Before leaving this document, I wonder if we could just look at one further paragraph on page 4. It's paragraph 3.3, another reference to HCDA here. So 3.3, as indicated, London Class War and the Hackney Community Defence Association, HCDA, are probably not worthy of monitoring in terms of their own importance, but both are assessed to be suitable vehicles for an undercover officer establishing an anarchist reputation. Can I just have your comment on
Well,
that?
as I mentioned earlier in regard to the tasking of DS Morris, HN78, this in itself is evidence of the unlawfulness of that targeting strategy. To use somebody as a vehicle for establishing a reputation is not necessary or proportionate surveillance.
I wonder if we can now go back to that part of Mark Jenner's statements that we were looking at. So this is UCPI 35283, and we were looking at paragraph 86, which is on page 41. And it'll come up on screen again in a moment, but he is describing here just wait for it to appear on the screen. So that's 35283. So here he's describing how he first approached Mark Metcalf, who was in a bookstall, and spoke with him. Could you help us with that first time that you met Mark Jenner?
Can I first of all say this to me is a very significant event. It was significant certainly to John Burke Moniville and his family. It was the first anniversary of Trevor's murder, and we laid wreaths at the point where Trevor was found after having been stabbed, and also a wreath laid at Stoke Newington police station in memory of those that had suffered and died at the hands of the police in Hackney and Stoke Newington. That was in the early evening, late afternoon, early evening, and then that was followed by a memorial lecture, the Trevor Moniville Memorial Lecture, at which I chaired. Annette Moniville spoke, and a prominent solicitor also spoke. And in his witness statement, Mark Jenner reveals that that's how he introduced himself. It was an HCDA event. It was advertised as an HCDA event, and he attended he must have attended knowing it was an HCDA event. Yet, in his first report, which is I think it's the 2nd of May, belies the fact that there's no report been disclosed on this event, which he attended. And my understanding is that undercover officers reported on events that they attended. I think this was such a significant event. It's extremely unlikely that there wouldn't been a report submitted on it, particularly given the reporting, the nature of the reporting, which is to show handlers how good the undercover officers were on reporting on the activities of their target groups. So I would like to know, and I think it's also important for John Burke Moniville and family to know, where is the report of this commemoration and memorial lecture that, on his own admission, Mark Jenner attended?
May I ask you, in relation to at this event. Did you speak to Mark Jenner on this occasion?
No, I first met Mark Jenner soon after this event, and it would have been at the Colin Roach Centre, but it would have been one of the rare occasions that I actually attended. I visited the Colin Roach Centre. Now, my own recollections of the Colin Roach Centre are at 10A Bradbury Street, and I don't remember ever going to the Clarence Road after it moved. I know I didn't participate in the moving to Colin Roach to Clarence Road, but this was. Mark Jenner introduced himself at an HCDA event, which the last HCDA event that I was involved in organising. And I'd started withdrawing from HCDA and Colin Roach Centre activities prior to that. In preparation for the inquiry, I've looked back through my own documents, and it's quite apparent that HCDA was at its peak in 1992 and 1993, up until the beginning of 1994. And I was turning my work to other things. I'd worked with a solicitor and a computer programmer to set up a database on police officers called Defendants Information Services. And I was also beginning to inquire into doing a PhD. I felt HCDA throughout its existence, it was hand to mouth. It was very few individuals, no funding whatsoever, and it was exhausting work. And I felt that I could no longer continue in the same way that I had.
You've described how you had already begun to withdraw from HCDA before Jenner was deployed. But when he was deployed, during his deployment, could you help us with how much interaction you had with him over that period?
Very little. I think I wouldn't be able to say how many times I saw him. And I do remember one meeting, and that would have been soon after he joined the centre. I don't know if he did join the centre. I don't. Mark Metcalfe dealt with membership of the centre. The Colin Roach Centre was very much Mark Metcalfe to the fore. I was too busy doing HCDA work, and to me, the Colin Roach Centre was always a facility. It was a workplace. It was a centre where we could meet, and there wasn't anything beyond that. So I recall him at one meeting, and I took an instant dislike to him.
Why did you take an instant dislike
Because
to
he was of a character that I was familiar with, and I would associate it with Red Action characters, people that I did not have the utmost respect for. And I would say that rather than, it was what I often called table-thumping politics, rather than informed politics of people arguing and engaging in rational discussion. And he was of that. He was aggressive and very confident. I'd say he certainly hit the ground running in joining HCDA, because, in my view, he was seeking to influence things right from the very beginning.
In terms of you describing him as aggressive, but are you able to assist us in any way in relation to, for example, whether he was violent or the extent to which he participated in public disorder outside the context of meetings?
No. His demeanour and his behaviour in meetings. He at that first meeting I recall, he was very confident, and there were people at that meeting who had 20 years' experience in community politics in Hackney, and he was quite willing to argue vehemently against them. And this was right from the outset. And I think, although I wasn't really attending meetings, a very close friend of mine who was a member of the Labour Party told me that Mark Jenner had given an ultimatum to people that they were either in the centre or in the Labour Party. There wasn't space for Labour Party members, so he chose the Labour Party. And I was very disturbed by this, because this person I'd worked with for 5 years or so, and he had helped me greatly, and helped HCDA greatly, because he worked in the House of Commons for a press officer, and all the policing reports that the press office discarded, he gave to me. And so he was, and I was very upset that he had withdrawn.
I'd like to ask you about a particular campaign that you were closely involved in, the Malcolm Kennedy campaign. Yes. I wonder if you can describe the nature of that campaign, and then Mark Jenner's connection or interaction with Malcolm Kennedy, please. Well,
we were aware when Malcolm Kennedy was convicted of Patrick Quinn's murder, and I think it would have been in January. Was it January 91 or 92? Because we had a trial going on, which a very prominent trial, which was one of the criminal trials which established our reputation, of 2 men in Hoxton that had been charged with GBH and ABH against the police. And we'd been attending that trial, HCDA members, and there was a lot of publicity around that trial when they were all acquitted. And the verdict on Malcolm Kennedy's trial was in this period, and I recall a member of HCDA going along, because we were aware he was from Stoke Newington, although it was a Hammersmith and Fulham case. He was from Stoke Newington, and we would support him. And we kept in touch with what had happened, but it wasn't until some years after that, and that Malcolm Kennedy wrote to HCDA from prison asking for our help. And I and Celia Stubbs would go and visit Malcolm Kennedy in prison, and we supported him from then on. Certainly when he was released after his conviction was quashed and a retrial ordered, we worked very closely with him, and I interviewed him and started investigating his case. So this would have been in 1993, 94, and it's also one of the reasons in supporting him I wrote a pamphlet, Who Killed Patrick Quinn, Free Malcolm Kennedy, or something like that, the title of it. And I was very pleased with the content of the pamphlet, the statistics that I used in that, and the analysis that I developed in that. It was all persuading me that I could do more in a different environment to tackle the problem of police crime and accountability. So at that time, that pamphlet was published in December 1994. It was launched at the House of Commons at a press conference, and the campaign in support of Malcolm was set up after he was convicted of the manslaughter of Patrick Quinn, after a jury was unable to agree a verdict of murder.
Could you help us with, in due course, from your perspective, Mark Jenner's interaction with Malcolm Kennedy?
Well, I'm not attending Colin Rose Centre meetings at this time. I knew I would see Malcolm, I would talk to Malcolm. I continued to visit him in prison after his conviction. So, it wasn't until we discovered that Mark Jenner was an undercover police officer that Malcolm shared with me that when he was first released from his sentence and staying in a bail hostel, I think in Islington somewhere, that Mark Jenner would always give him a lift home from meetings and that would engage him in conversation about his case.
I'd like to turn to a report that you've already referred to in your evidence. It's Mark Jenner's intelligence report of the 2nd of May 1995. Please, sir, it is at your tab B2. It's MPS 07400409. And if we turn to the second page of this, please. We can see, if we just look at the bottom, in fact, there is the RF number applied to your name, RF 4029011 in this report. And if we look at the title or the organisation referred to, Colin Roach Centre, and then this formerly the Hackney Community Defence Association. So that error, that mistake of conflating the Colin Roach Centre with HCDA set out here in this report, yes?
Yes, and I think it's significant that this is his first report that's been disclosed. Now, I suspect there may be another one on the event, as I've said, where, and I also understand, just for the record, that Mark Jenner was introduced to John Burke Moniville at that memorial lecture when he introduced himself. So this is the first report. Really, I think it was quite clear to, it would have been quite clear to Mark Jenner that HCDA was in demise, and that I think, therefore, it was convenient to refer to the Colin Roach Centre as formerly the Hackney Community Defence Association in that manner.
And we can see at the body of the report, the focus is on Celia Stubbs, but referring to the fact that she was a regular contributor to advice sessions at the Colin Roach Centre, where her experience of community politics and criminal law are much valued by Mark Metcalfe and Graham Smith yourself. Is that reference at least accurate in terms of?
Well, certainly it's not false, but as I say, I had very little contact with Mark Jenner, and I would presume he was not aware of my relationship with Celia Stubbs.
I'd like to turn now to a particular report of HN15 Mark Jenner.
Can I just say this is also the report, I was right, it is 2nd of May. There's a very significant report in that, because, again, my comment that he hit the ground running in the Colin Roach Centre, but also it would appear that I was a target right from the outset in his reporting. Because this is the first report that has been disclosed, and I'm one, and I think 3 or 4 of his first half a dozen reports, I'm one of the named persons. And in his witness statement, he said he would have done this on the understanding that Special Branch would want my file kept up to date. Well, why would he know Special Branch had a file on me? Or what is the significance? What's behind this that it's difficult to understand without believing that there were more reports on me that he had access to, which he would have accessed when he was doing research in the 3 or 4 months prior to his deployment in the field.
In terms of you being a target, we've looked at a number of reports already, and they refer to various meetings. But I would like to ask you about a report that refers to personal matters about you. And this is MPS 0245186. So it is your tab B6. So here, 13th of June 1995, one of these nominal up-to-date and information pro formas, your name there, organisation Colin Roach Centre, and then this. Graham Smith, the anarchist and civil liberties activist, has decided to withdraw from participation in the Colin Roach Centre for the time being. Smith is faced with personal problems. His father is terminally ill with cancer, and his estranged wife is threatening divorce. To keep his hand in, Smith will spend his time producing leaflets at home on his computer and making himself available for advice on anti-police matters. What was your reaction when you first read this report, please?
Well, firstly, it's inaccurate. I wasn't estranged from my wife, and she wasn't threatening divorce. My father was terminally ill with cancer, and he died on the 31st of July 1995. My mother-in-law also died from cancer in January of that year. So it is correct that it was a difficult year for me for personal problems. But this has got nothing to do with the Metropolitan Police, and has got nothing to do with Mark Jenner. And I know that in his witness statement, he would have got this from me. I think that's quite difficult to believe. I would not tell him that my estranged wife was threatening me with divorce if that was not the case. I assume this is a report that's based on things that have been said in the Colin Roach Centre by other people. Certainly I wasn't the source for this. Or if it was based on something, or a conversation with me, it's certainly an exaggeration of what was happening.
I'm going to ask if we can turn to another of Mark Jenner's reports. So it's at your tab B9. It's MPS 0245536, please. So this
Can I just say on that also, the anarchist activist, it's just, again, it's part of this labelling that started with Bob Lambert, was maintained through Bob Lambert's tasking strategy document, and Mark Jenner has maintained it.
In this report that we have on screen, I'd like to focus on what's contained in paragraph 4. So the second sentence, Graham Smith in particular would be torn between his respect for Metcalfe and his regard for Stubbs and privacy. Stubbs and privacy are responsible for free legal advice sessions run at the CRC in conjunction with Bernberg & Co. and for the Defence Information Service. The DIS is a database available for a fee to lawyers. It lists the details of police officers who have been reported or convicted of criminal or disciplinary offences, or who have been the subject of complaints. The DIS is an important source of income for the CRC. Now, could you just explain to us, please, what the Defence Information Service was?
Right. I think this is the most important aspect of this. Do you want me to also say about this divisions that are referred to between myself and Mark Metcalfe and resistance prior to that? Because
Yes.
by this time I was inactive, and I really handed over to others it wasn't for me to actually intervene in what was happening anymore. I wasn't going to be doing any work. It was not open to me to engage in that debate or have any say in what was happening there. For the record, the discussion about setting up resistance, I think may have started in 1994. And it's an example of how long it takes through discussions in order to launch anything new. And there were lots of differences of opinion. And at the outset, and I may have been the person that proposed setting up an organisation with the name of Resistance, because HCDA could not continue as it was. So if there was it was looking for something that would be attractive to more people that would be able to do work in the community. And I think it was those prolonged arguments really in regard to developing what had been developed by HCDA and the Colin Roach Centre, that was a reason for my withdrawal. I didn't have the energy that I did have 5 years earlier in setting up HCDA, and also I'd moved on, and I felt I could achieve more in terms of my aims and objectives in challenging unaccountable policing. That there was another domain in which my knowledge and experiences could be put to better use. So. This whole thing about resistance and the reporting on it, I think is a lot of it is false, and it's attributing to resistance I don't know, sort of this threat to the state or something that never was. And I think, again, this is the self-serving nature of undercover police reporting, of something that really is not much more than people discussing how to do their politics.
And in this report, the same paragraph, again, moving to the Defendant's Information Service, essentially it's two matters. What was it, and what is your reaction to seeing reference to it in the report?
Well, the first, so that's resistance. So it was really quite connected, because at the same time as these discussions about developing the activities in the centre to be more representative of community needs, really, is keeping abreast of what's going on in the community. I had started to develop, and it was on the, we haven't talked about the Operation Jackpot scandal of allegations of drug dealing by Stoke Newington officers. But this is something that really it overwhelmed HCDA in some respects, and it also gave sense to what HCDA was doing in the previous years. And rather than seeing all these incidents of police criminality as isolated one-off incidents, that showed that there was a pattern of behaviour in policing in Hackney, where there was a corrupt group of some dozen police officers that were involved in drug dealing in the community. The Guardian, I met the Guardian crimes correspondent in December 1991. This was the month after we'd had the meeting with the Royal Commission on Criminal Justice, and our report had been forwarded to the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, and I gave information to the Guardian about drugs cases that HCDA was working on. January 1992, the Guardian ran a front page article in which the only two persons named were the head of the Metropolitan Police Operation Jackpot anti-corruption investigation, and myself as the secretary of Hackney Community Defence Association. And there was reference to the two of the HCDA cases that I'd shared with The Guardian. What happened after that Guardian article, we did a press conference where the names of 31, I believe, police officers were named as having been involved in incidents in the community. HCDA meetings, which had been maybe a dozen, 15, were suddenly 30 strong, with people coming forward making allegations against Stoke Newington drug squad officers. And very quickly we embarked on a complex investigation, cross-referencing all these cases. And I can't remember the exact number of officers involved, but we set up a card index to cross-reference. And we also, was shared with us, was Crown Prosecution Service spreadsheet of officers and cases at Stoke Newington. So our card index, and I can't claim credit for the idea. Somebody much cleverer than I said we could use this, we could develop a database out of this.
I was going to ask, what was the proximity in time to the Defendant's Information Service being set up and Mark Jenner appearing on the scene? Just help us with that.
Again, it took quite a while to get this database designed, and then also inputting data on it from these card indexes. So I think the lead time for it would have been several months, if not up to a year. But my recollection, and I handed over all of the documents regarding Defendants Information Services when I stopped working on it. And that was about the time I completed my PhD. But my recollection is that it was August that an application was made to the Data Protection Registrar under as the legal requirement to register the database. And I think the first report, request for a report came to us from lawyers. And that what Defendants Information Service did was provide reports on named officers whose evidence was determined to not to be credible. And if there were other cases on the database involving that officer, we would share the details, the merest details of the case, and including a reference to the solicitor acting in the case to their files. So it was the database provided a solicitor-to-solicitor service.
So the report, and we still have that paragraph on the screen, refers to charging a fee.
That's accurate. Really, obviously, different language would be used, but that was an accurate report of defendants' information. The penultimate, the third from last and penultimate sentences are accurate. The DIS is an important source of income for the CRC is false.
Now, there's other reporting in terms of money. We needn't turn it up, but just as an example. So,
can I just
yes?
go back to your initial question?
Yes.
Which was Jenner coming in and launch of DIS. This was August that DIS started. There was a break-in at the Colin Roach Centre December 22nd.
Could you explain what was unusual about that break-in?
Nothing was stolen. Well, there were two things about it that were particular. This was a time when my mother-in-law was dying, and I'd withdrawn from my activities. And so I wasn't present. I learned, I think it was Mark Metcalfe, who told me about the break-in, and that nothing was stolen of any value. I think money had actually been left untouched. That was in a jar, and that some computer equipment was damaged, and also "Bad Luck Matey" had been scrawled in large letters along one of the walls. And "Bad Luck Matey," I know, Mark's talked about his friends in the army, but I was brought up in the army. And this is the sort of phrase that you associate with, matey is an expression that not many people would use, but it's something that's familiar in those environments, in my mind. And I know that other people felt, well, actually, Mark Metcalfe, knowing that I was, got what I was going through, he actually asked me if I did it, which I thought, they were trying to understand who would actually do this. And he thought I don't know what he thought, but I just thought it was such a crazy suggestion that I, who was absent at that time, might do such a thing. But I think that the feeling among people in the centre at that time was that it was Special Branch that were looking for the database, which wasn't kept there.
I'd like to move to just give a few more examples of Mark Jenner's reporting for your comments on. The next, so it's at your tab B10, it's MPS 0245835, please. So here we can see this report, nominal up-to-date and information pro forma on you. The first paragraph states that you have not joined the Colin Roach Centre's political group Resistance, but has continued to follow his own agenda working within the community against the police. He is no longer involved in running the Colin Roach Centre. Smith helps people with grievances against the police. And one grateful client presented him with a brand new motorcycle on winning some £70,000 compensation from the Commissioner. So when we are looking at the accuracy of Mark Jenner's reporting, could you just help us with the accuracy of what is set out there, please?
Well, I wasn't involved in setting up Resistance. When is this?
So this report
96.
is dated the 12th of January, 96.
I enrolled at University College London in September, October 1995 to do a PhD. I was doing it part-time and working for Camden Dial-A-Ride part-time. By this time, I would have been, I think I used to go for a swim every morning at 7 or 8 o'clock. I'd cycle into UCL. I'd go for a swim. I'd go in the British Library of Political Science for 9 o'clock when it opened on days that I wasn't working, and I would leave at 11 o'clock at night. I would spend the whole time in the library, and then I would come home and type up. We didn't have laptops, and we used to do everything handwritten in those days. My time was totally consumed with my PhD. I completed my PhD in 2 years. So I had no time for anything else. So in terms of me doing other work, it's false.
Did someone give you a brand new motorcycle?
No, coming on to that, this is a lie. This has never happened. I think it's only there to try and discredit me. at a time when I'm no longer even active in the community. And I would also say that the work that I was doing in developing knowledge on police accountability, that it's undermining the credibility of my work that was to follow after my activities in HCDA.
I'd like to turn to another of Mark Jenner's reports, which refers to a second RF number for you, just so that cover that. It is, so at your tab B11, it is 0245879, MPS 0245879, please. So if we see there the RF numbers under associates on the first page towards the bottom, so that's the second RF number that's provided to you there. If we look at page 2 of the report, referring to someone we've redacted for privacy, it states that while he is a respected street activist, he is politically weak and is easily dominated by the more militant, forceful characters involved in the CRC. He recently threatened to resign from the resistance group because he thought it was becoming too militant and turning away from its community base in Hackney to become involved in issues throughout the borough. And so, would you have had any knowledge of this, please?
No, I think I've got pretty good knowledge of everything that's been disclosed to me, and this appears to me as something that I haven't registered before, but it seems to be the person that I've referred to already that was in the Labour Party. It seems and this is a person that Mark Jenner chased out of the centre. That's how it reads to me.
In relation to this point,
And it was as a result of the ultimatum given that there was no room for members of the Labour Party.
I want to explore just a little further this description you give of Mark Jenner being aggressive in meetings, because you refer to it in your witness statement. I wonder if you could turn to your witness statement, please. It's paragraph 100 on page 38.
One that's coming up, can I just ask, because I think one of my registry files uses the code 402 and one uses the code 405. Is that indicative of anything, something that I've missed, or is anybody able to help me with that?
Mr. Dr. Smith, it's a matter that we are exploring.
Okay.
But
it's an unknown unknown, or it's a known unknown, is it?
The evidence that we refer to indicates, though, that you have two separate RF numbers, and we can see those on the report.
Yeah.
I just want to look at, in terms of what you set out in the statement here. So you say, I've been asked what effect did the presence of Mark Jenner have in my life. HCDA, Mark Jenner's presence did not have an effect on HCDA. It's probable that his aggressive and confrontational behaviour at the meetings I attended, where he was present, helped confirm that my decision to withdraw from the CRC was the correct one. And I just want to explore with you the significance of Mark Jenner in your decision to step back.
I think it's exactly as I say there. I was already moving on to other activities with Defendants Information Service, writing the pamphlet and looking, inquiring into the possibilities of doing a PhD. And I felt very bad about withdrawing from the Colin Oak Centre and HCDA. I think HCDA was probably, there was people in HCDA that still did work on policing after I left, and that work continued. But I felt very guilty to abandoning Mark. To this day, I feel I let him down by withdrawing. I think yesterday you heard in evidence from Mark that whereas the profile of the Colin Roach Centre was very much to do with HCDA. It was HCDA's work that created that profile. I think it was Mark's interactions with trade unionists and other people that brought people into the centre. And the side that I was contributing, it just stopped for them. And I felt very guilty about abandoning Mark at that time. But it was, I think obviously I've read Mark Jenner's witness statement, and I think it may have been that he was getting as close to Mark as possible. But I don't think he had much of an understanding of Mark Metcalfe, because one thing Mark enjoyed more than anything was a good argument. And I think Jenner didn't have to, if he was trying to show Mark how much he supported him, he didn't have to be aggressive or confrontational in supporting what Mark Metcalfe was seeking to achieve.
Yesterday, when Mark Metcalfe described his own guilt or regret in relation to Alison and not doing anything to stop that, can I just ask you about Alison? What interaction did you have with Alison during this period of time?
Well, all my work was HCDA, and I knew Alison. I knew Alison from Colin Roach Centre meetings, which I think Alison had probably been there for about a year before Mark Jenner arrived on the scene. At social events, we would also talk, and also her close friend and her close friend's partner. I would socialise with them. I would know them, and I had respect for her in what she was doing, but she didn't really involve herself in the police accountability work that we were doing.
So from your perspective, looking back now, what do you remember of the interaction between Alison and Mark Jenner?
Well, I recall quite soon after his appearance that they were together. You know, I'm not aware of much more than that. That they seemed a couple within weeks of his arrival. I'm not attending meetings, so it's not something that's on my radar so much. But I also remember the four of them seemed to be very much together. That they probably, shared each other's interests. They probably did things together, and that But very, very soon, I understood them to be together, a couple.
At the time, did you ever suspect anything of Mark Jenner?
No, not at all. I thought that he was really. I would describe him as a red action type. Who's really. I wasn't interested in having anything to do with it. And I was withdrawing, and I didn't see much of him.
And do you recall Mark Metcalfe raising concerns about Mark Jenner?
This was later, and I can't say when, but it's certainly. I moved out of Stoke Newington and had very little contact with people in 1999. But certainly it would have been quite a bit before that. And the thing is, the whole thing about Mark Jenner being a Tranmere supporter, and Mark Metcalfe it was that which Mark Metcalfe caused Mark to be suspicious of Jenner. Metcalfe was suspicious of Jenner because he claimed to be a Tranmere football supporter. But many years later, and I informed Mark of this, I was at a training session for the Irish Police Complaints Ombudsman, and a former Metropolitan Police officer was there who knew Mark Jenner, and knew Mark Jenner after his deployment as an undercover officer. And he told me that Mark Jenner had a very, his career was ruined after his undercover period, but he was actually a Tranmere football club supporter, and Metcalfe got it completely wrong on those grounds. He may have been right, but his rationing was wrong.
Well, we may hear more evidence about that next week. Can I please ask if we can just turn in your statement to paragraph 118 begins on page 43. And so this is moving to the impact that this has had on you and the way in which you set this out here. Just in terms of the beginning of the second sentence, you say, I feel that back then, similar to the way I feel in which frontline police officers sought to deflect attention from their own crimes by arresting and charging their victims, Special Branch, SDS and UCOs sought to deflect from their unlawful collection, recording and retention of intelligence by labelling the police accountability campaigns they targeted as political extremists. And then further on, you say, despite the MPS having acknowledged and apologised for the unlawfulness of SDS operations, there has been a collective or institutional distancing from the past that obstructs the right of those of us reported on to the truth and to know what happened. We have examined institutional racism. You have coined this phrase, institutional distancing from the past. Can you just explain a little bit more what you mean by that in your response to hearing the evidence and following the evidence of the inquiry as you have done?
This could take some time. But I think, I think, namely, we saw there, or the use of HCD as a vehicle to for undercover officers to gain credibility. And I think the overarching importance to police services, not just the Metropolitan Police, is when their activities are so embarrassing to them, they immediately go into damage limitation mode. And they do this very well. And I can say this because I've actually done work for the Greater Manchester Police on disproportionality in police misconduct proceedings. And I attended several meetings, internal meetings of senior officers addressed by the Chief Constable of Greater Manchester Police. And he was very concerned at that time that Greater Manchester Police, there was a knee-jerk reaction to every bit of adverse publicity to go into damage limitation mode, and that maybe it would be much more effective and much more community-oriented policing if they were to honestly address these concerns in the community. And I think this is what we've seen here, that really it's not that the police did wrong, It's that the public got to know about the wrong the police did. And matters got out of their control. And so they've tried to wrest control back. And it got out of control with the Mark Kennedy revelations and the Radcliffe power demonstrations, protests. And then it got further out of control as a result of the quite exceptional investigative work done by the women that had been in intimate relations with these police officers. And then the whistleblower, Peter Francis. And it was it's been a spiral out of control. And that caused, and Mark yesterday thanked Theresa May for appointing the public inquiry. And I followed the proceedings of the inquiry, and I see that there has been a determined and effective effort by the Metropolitan Police to take control of the narrative of this inquiry. And it has done this in several ways. Now, you see, the Metropolitan Police narrative initiated by the SDS officers that HCDA equals Colin Roach Centre. The inquiry accepted that narrative at the outset. And Mark Metcalfe, as a core participant, was to address the corporate matters of HCDA and CRC. Mark Metcalfe knows very little about Hackney Community Defence Association, didn't know the sort of work we were doing, was always very supportive and respectful, but knew very little about it. And this anarchist label, I suspect, has been accepted or was accepted initially by the inquiry. I hope after Mark Metcalfe's evidence yesterday and mine today, I've nothing against anarchists whatsoever. But the thing is, this is a falsehood. And it has been used as really, we haven't looked about really any legitimate justification for reporting on HCDA, whether it's to protect against public disorder or whether it's protect against subversion. But the thing is, the anarchist label is particularly associated with subversion, just as Marxism would be associated with subversion. And I think this is a narrative that it's been there. It's a Metropolitan Police narrative, and I think it would be extremely damaging if the inquiry were to accept that narrative, or certainly I think it's for the inquiry to challenge that narrative that has been put before it. But I think also that the effectiveness of the Metropolitan Police in undermining the effectiveness of the inquiry, or the delays that there were at the beginning. This is an inordinately expensive inquiry. It should never have happened like this. It is a waste of public funds. And I see here many people before me, and I don't think you're cheap. But this is all being paid for by the taxpayer. And really, in that respect, it could be argued there's collusion in this attempt by the Metropolitan Police to limit the damage to its reputation that's been caused all those years ago. I'm sorry, I'd love to discuss it with you because I think it's extremely important. It's about the integrity of this inquiry as well.
Given all your experience of police matters, what would you say can bring about the change that is required in the police? Can you help on that topic in all of your experience and all of your analysis and all your thoughts about this? What practically can be done to prevent this happening, in your view?
That's a strange question to ask somebody that's retired and is spent on this subject. I avoid it completely. I have done my best and as I said earlier, is this one of the dilemmas of democracy regarding police accountability? I think it's meaningful reform of police. I think it's quite, as you say about this institutional distancing, I think it was also quite a useful finding of the independent panel on Daniel Morgan of institutional corruption, because I think the same applies there. And I'm really coming back to this inquiry and inquiry procedures. The panel found that the institution, it described it as institutional corruption because Metropolitan Police officers were seeking to conceal what had happened. Different Metropolitan Police officers to those that were involved in the original investigation of Daniel Morgan's murder were seeking to conceal the truth of what happened there. And I think that's happening here in this inquiry, whether it's through amnesia, selective amnesia of police officers, not being able to remember events of many years ago, whether it's missing documents that are, as I say, are of strategic importance. But I think that amounts to my mind, also to institutional corruption. So in terms of police reform, which it can only be, but it is root and branch reform of police that going beyond what has been established, been introduced today. And I guess we're waiting for lunch, but I would like to come back to that. Sir Paul Condon, as he was, around the, after or during the Macpherson inquiry, said that the Metropolitan Police should seek out their most ardent critics and engage in discussion with them as to how to reform police. Now, one, he never did, as he suggested. He never contacted HCDA or those that had been involved in HCDA. Obviously, it had not been running, but I think the Colin Roach Centre, I know, was written to after that because of this seeking out. But in terms of this inquiry, in terms of the apologies made, and I still wait for an apology to HCDA for the intrusive surveillance that we were subjected to. But it should be Baron Condon that is apologising for what happened all those years ago, because he himself visited the SDS and congratulated them on their work that was being done. If he was unaware of what they were actually doing, that's as may be, but they can still come forward and personally apologise that for activities of Metropolitan Police officers whom he congratulated for their good work.
Dr. Smith, we're going to break there. I do not have any further questions for you, but after lunch we will return. There may be re-examination from your counsel. There may be some Rule 10 questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll resume at 2.
Does that mean I can...
I'd better announce that. Good afternoon, everybody. These proceedings are the subject of live streaming after a 10-minute delay. Those with mobile devices may report what they have heard to the outside world, but only 10 minutes after the event they're reporting has elapsed. They may not be used for recording or photography. Mr. Ramble.
So there are no Rule 10 questions, and so we can proceed to re-examination.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Smith, just 2 or 3 topics. Okay. The first topic is the Defendant's Information Service and the burglary. Okay. Is it right, as said in your statement, that the Defendant's Information Service, or DIS, was active by around autumn 1994?
Yes.
And that was, in broad terms, for use in civil claims pursued against the Metropolitan Police?
Yes. And criminal defence as well.
And criminal defence. And is it right that the commencement of the DIS was announced or marked in an article in the LAG magazine, the Legal Action Group magazine?
Well, I've looked further, and it was actually the first occasion that there's a media reference to it is in a Guardian article of March 1995. I think it's March 1995, but it's actually when DC Mark Jenner introduces himself to HCDA, or attends an HCDA event and starts reporting on the Colin Roach Centre.
So it's not the case, is it, Dr. Smith, that it went about its business trying to be secret?
Oh no, not at all.
And is it right that
But what was held on the database was very much held confidentially, and it was certainly not held in the Colin Roach Centre.
Of course, but the fact of its existence
it was
well
publicised.
known.
And it would have been known also to police solicitors, because solicitors were making use of the service.
And did, in fact, the Metropolitan Police object to the registration of the service with the Data Protection Registrar?
They did, and I've learnt of this, and again, I haven't retained this documentation, but it was, and I don't even know, I received a letter from the offices of the Data Protection Registrar seeking an appointment to discuss the database. And I think, I cannot recall if I was informed in that letter, but I was certainly informed when the solicitor, I had a meeting with the solicitor, which was at the Colin Roach Centre in Bradbury Street, that the Metropolitan Police Service had objected to the registration of the database, along with the Association of Chiefs of Police Officers.
And in your statement, you described that the Colin Roach Centre left Bradbury Street in March 1995.
Yes, I don't know the exact date, but I do know the exact date that the PO box for CRC was set up, and that was the 25th of March 1995.
So the meeting with the Data Protection Registrar must have taken place at some point prior to that?
Yes, it would have. Yes, yes.
And we know from documents in this inquiry that Mark Jenner joined the SDS in around September 1994. You've given evidence about the burglary that happened at the HCDA office in December 1994. And you've described, I think both in your statement and today, the concern at the time that Special Branch was involved in the burglary. Is that right?
That's right.
And of course, we now know that in February 1995, Mark Jenner is deployed, the Metropolitan Police are deploying an undercover officer into the field to gather information on the HCDA.
Well, you see, I take really Mark Jenner's interest in HCDA as dating from September, because in both his own witness statement and also in the tasking document, and I believe also in the annual report, it said that he immediately started researching his targets. Now, there was much in the public domain on HCDA at that time, and I think he would certainly have known what HCDA was and what HCDA did.
If there was concern at the time, in December 1994, that Special Branch were in some way involved with the burglary, what's your level of concern now with the knowledge of Mark Jenner's research and the, at that stage, imminent deployment into the field against the HCDA?
We can look at that at many levels, but I think mostly, the Metropolitan Police are seeking to perhaps to pull the wool over the eyes of the inquiry in regard to the main reason for that deployment. I think, given that we know that Metropolitan Police were opposed to the registration of DIS, I think also the fact that the timing of DC Jenner's deployment, I think there's a narrative there that stands up on the evidence as to the real reason why HCDA was targeted. And I maintain it was HCDA that was targeted. It wasn't the Colin Roach Centre that was targeted, because that tasking report is quite specific. There's no mention of CRC in that report. And I think this is backed up by the annual reports, and it's also about what they refer to as anti-police activities.
Next topic. Can you just give us a sense of the profile of the HCDA at its most active in the media and in the public consciousness, both locally and nationally?
Well, obviously, my understanding of it is biased because I'm involved in it, and because I'm not outside of London, I can't. I don't know how much impact it had nationally. It was certainly on national news, on many occasions, broadcast news. The Guardian regularly had features on it. I did, mind you, I think the article I did with the Mail on Sunday, which was a feature article on civil actions against the police. And I think that was 95, and DC Jenner makes reference to me meeting the journalist in that regard. I think also there was an excellent Independent on Sunday piece by Carol McChrystal. He actually attended an HCDA meeting, and I think it was a 5-page feature on HCDA, and very accurate representation of how HCDA operated. And I think that would have been in maybe 1993.
And in your witness statement, you describe Time Out magazine running weekly reports for a period under the heading Stoke Newington Scandal.
And they had their own logo because it was such a regular feature.
And similarly, in your statement, March 1993, wall-to-wall media coverage when the Court of Appeal quashed convictions of cases that had featured in the HCDA Fighting the Lawman pamphlet.
Yes, and that was on local and national TV news. I think both. I think it was on. I'm sure it was BBC, ITV, and Channel 4, because a banner, the HCDA's banner, was unfurled coming out of the Royal Courts of Justice.
And did you have a sense at the time of how HCDA was viewed by the Metropolitan Police?
Well, I think this, again, I think certainly we were tin pot revolutionaries, according to one chief superintendent of Stoke Newington Police Station. And the language that was used in that special branch report was used to describe HCDA throughout. And it was of extreme ideologues, left-wing agitators, and that sort of language that the police used to describe us.
Would it have been your assumption at the time that the work of the HCDA, and in particular its successes, would have been widely known about within MPS generally and Special Branch in particular?
Certainly, and I think it's in the opening statement I quote directly from the TV documentary directed by Paul Greengrass. Well, I'm probably not allowed to say that, but he's a public figure, and where the TV programme refers to their discussions with the Metropolitan Police, saying that although the HCDA is dismissed as a fringe group, they are very much concerned by our civil litigation strategy.
Given the profile of the HCDA, given the concern that the MPS had about HCDA's litigation strategy, if it is said that the reporting on you and HCDA was simply incidental to some other purpose, do you buy it?
No, and I think all of the reporting that is referred to as incidental, it can be seen another way. It can, and I think HCDA members were very supportive of each other, but it's possible to very quickly determine whether somebody has been affected by police injustice because of the traumas they experience. And it's something, when you have people that have been through the same thing, their warmth towards each other, that collective sense of security is all encompassing. And it's very easy to see if somebody's there that doesn't have that. And I think that's true of all justice campaigns, that really there's an honesty and a heartfelt suffering and empathy for each other that I don't think undercover officers, and I think even Trevor Morris, the black officer, knew that they couldn't ingratiate themselves in such communities of resistance, if you like. And I think they stayed away. Well, I think actually there was a case, I think they tried to infiltrate the Roach Family Support Committee in 1983 and they got repelled. And I think they learned from that the most proactive way of collecting evidence on justice campaigns was to collect it through hearsay. What members of campaigns said to other people and report on that. So rather than see that as incidental or collateral, I see that as proactive undercover policing, where you use your best possible resource. And I'm sure the inquiry knows about the intelligence matrix and what used to be referred to as 5 times 5 times 5. And what would be graded was that the intelligence source, the validity, the accuracy and the accuracy of the intelligence and its usefulness, and they would be graded 5, 5, 5. That, and I think in regard to justice campaigns, they couldn't get access because their cover would be blown pretty quickly. I think in regard to Mark Jenner, it took a while for Mark Metcalfe to realise he weren't no joiner. And I think we find straight away if there was an undercover officer.
Do I understand you to be suggesting that the targeting of some groups is actually incidental to targeting justice campaigns and police accountability?
Yes, you could put it round the other way, that really they used other left-wing groups in order to collect information, gather information on justice campaigns that they felt threatened by. The MPS felt threatened.
Those are my questions, but before I sit down, is there anything else that you figure you would like to say or give evidence about before I do so?
Well, if I've forgotten anything, I think you've prompted me in that regard now. So I don't think so. I think hopefully my evidence stands up. As said, I don't have a statement to make better than what I've already said.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Smith, for giving evidence about the facts of the matter in which you participated. Very grateful to you, as I am to all witnesses who've come here to assist me. Thank you.